So Rosie, I have 9 o'clock on my phone.
Yes, it is 9 a.m., Madam President. We are ready to start whenever you are.
Okay, well, let's begin the meeting today. So it's 9 a.m. and I call the November 15, 2024 meeting of SDCERS Board of Administration to order. As we open the meeting, I would like to welcome our newest board member, Christiana Gauger of the Board of Administration, and thank you for your service on the Disability and Business and Governance Committees. Would you like to make any opening comments?
No, but just to say thank you. I'm pleased to be here, and I'm excited to get to work.
Awesome. So Rosie, do we have a quorum?
Yes, Madam President, we do have a quorum with the following member absent, Mr. Thomas Battaglia.
Perfect. Okay, so moving on to Section 3, public comment. Rosie, do we have any public comments today?
Yes, we do, Madam President. Ms. Lorraine Gain would like to speak on her own behalf, and so at this point, if you'll just give me a second or two, please proceed, Ms. Gain.
Okay.
Yes, Ms. Gain, you're welcome to speak.
Well, good morning. I would like to thank the SDCERS board for allowing me to speak here today. I am here to talk about the actions of SDCERS and the adjudication process of my disability claim. I recognize that many of the board members may not have been on the SDCERS board, council, or staff when decisions were made on how to determine the validity of the disabled employee's retirement process. However, it is the long-term effects of those decisions that has negatively impacted my life. From the transcript of my adjudication and Judge Moberly's decision, it is apparent when SDCERS made the determination on how to interpret the term renders retirement necessary, it created a two-tier system by which disabled employees, including myself, were disproportionately affected negatively. This, in my opinion, amounts to discrimination. This process required that disabled employees have filing deadlines that were not made public. That was then used to deny benefits. By SDCERS' own rules, employees have up to 2 years to file for a disability retirement after their service retirement. However, by incorrectly applying the term renders retirement necessary, it ensured that no one could ever qualify. It is a catch-22 created by SDCERS that denies legal, state, and federal tax benefits to disabled employees. And it was the incorrect application of this terminology in my case that was used to initially deny my disability retirement, where the only material dispute was the date that the SDCERS physician used as the date of my disability. And I'll repeat that. The only material dispute was the date that SDCERS physician utilized as the date of my disability. Common sense clarification of my disability date should have been implemented and confirmed without claiming a material dispute and forcing the adjudication process. And by Judge Moberly's decision, it was clear that SDCERS failed their fiduciary duty to myself. What's worse is how SDCERS has acted with impunity, that SDCERS believes they bear no responsibility or have accountability for the damages caused to myself. This is the point in time where SDCERS should recognize and accept accountability for its actions, for I should have never had to fight this fight. And it is incumbent upon SDCERS to reimburse me my attorney's fees, to restore me and make me whole for the financial damages caused by the decisions made by SDCERS. And I want this board to understand, I am tired. I do not wish to fight anymore. I only want to retire peacefully and live my life with the benefits that I was rightfully due from the date of my application. And this board can choose to claim that they have no obligation to restore me financially by calling it a gift of public funds, or that SDCERS is doing their fiduciary duty to all other members except for myself. But be rest assured, if the decision is to deny my restitution, I will continue to fight. This discrimination that has occurred against myself and potentially other disabled retirees can simply not be allowed to stand. This would go against my moral and ethical values and my integrity. Therefore, I am asking the SDCERS Board to live up to its core values, to act with the utmost ethics, integrity, fiduciary duty, and altruism. For just as I took care of the city for over 30 years, it is time for SDCERS to take care of me and make me whole by reimbursing my attorney's fees in full. It is also my hope that SDCERS will continue to review and correct the process for all future retirees so that no disabled employee is discriminated against in this manner in the future. Please restore me, make me whole, and allow me to go and retire in peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gaines. Are there any other public comments?
No, Madam President, this was our only public comment for today's meeting.
Okay, so moving on to Section 4, approval of the consent agenda items, service retirements, drop entries, drop retirements, training, and the board agenda calendar. Before I call a motion for approval of the consent agenda items, would a board member like to pull a consent item for a separate vote?
The calendar,
You want to pull the calendar?
please.
Okay.
So can we vote on the non-pulled items for the consent agenda? That would be items A through D.
So we have a motion to approve agenda items A through D. Okay, a motion moved by me and seconded by Cliff. Can we have a vote?
With all votes in, this motion passes 11-0, Madam President.
Thank you, Rosie. So moving back to the board calendar, Chris, what are your comments?
Thank you. On our calendar for January is a presentation, I guess, of the financial status of the plan sponsors, if I understand what the intent is. And I think we've done that for the last couple of years. They've been some pretty extensive presentations. And I think it potentially sets up a dynamic that led into some of the rather long deliberations that we had earlier this year of an implication that the plan sponsors' financial circumstances would lead us to make different decisions in terms of how we handled our actuarial circumstances. And I'm wondering if it might be best not to make those invitations, and rather, if the plan sponsors care to ask us to come in and make presentations, to obviously leave that invitation open, but instead not just have it as a standard item. So basically, the proposal is to pull that part from the calendar, and I think Brett has something.
I don't have a problem with it being on, so I think, and Greg can correct me if I'm wrong, the actuarial study we did, it was in due course, right? This last year, every 2 or 3 years we do that, so I don't think the presentations from the plan sponsors kind of primed or were the driver of our reconsideration of the amortization. So I don't see it as being problematic. I'd like to know what financial position the plan sponsors are in, to know whether or not we would expect, it wouldn't change what we do or how we do things or any of the amortization, but is the city, as an example, are they gonna make the pension payment this year? I'd like to know if we should expect something other than that based on their financial circumstances, how they're gonna address that. So I appreciate the information. So I wouldn't, I understand where you're coming from, but I wouldn't support the changing the calendar, though, on that basis.
I would agree with Chris on this one. I think it's kind of irrelevant not to, I guess the way I look at it is I don't meet with my mortgage company to discuss my ability to pay my mortgage. It's just assumed I'm going to pay the mortgage. I assume the city is going to pay their contribution every year. If they are unable, I would assume they would come before us and tell us why, but that hasn't been the case thus far. So I think I agree with Chris on this one.
I'm with Brett on this. I think that from time to time, on a regular basis, that as fiduciaries, we should have information so that we can at least understand the context in which we're operating. And it isn't, and I think just to have it scheduled on a regular basis for information and background is useful. And it may be that it doesn't change a single thing that we do whatsoever, but that if we were not to monitor the situation, if we were not for 10 years to know the financial situation, let us say, of the port or the airport or the city, I think we would be remiss in our responsibilities to the plan members. So, chocolate, vanilla, and strawberry, we can have different opinions here.
Yeah, the way that I would look at this is there's a perceived independence between the plans, but it's not. I think there's a highly complex interdependence between the sources of capital, the management of the capital. And so I think it's more information is better than less in this case. Although it may not have a bearing on the final decision, I think as a thoughtful organization, it seems to make sense to have that information.
I would also add that it would be, I think, if there are massive changes in a budget and one of the plan sponsors, that would affect the work that SDCERS does, and it would be good information for us to have. If it's a concern about maybe the length of a meeting, if that was what was maybe part of it, that could the invitations come December, January, February? Is there kind of if there's a concern there? I mean, I know we don't meet all those months, so maybe that's not practical, but I'm wondering if there's a different way that it could be spaced.
So, thanks, Lou. Fine. It was just something for discussion. It would be, I think, helpful based on our past experience if we could have some sort of limit on the time involved in them. Sometimes they go, I think they've gone sort of 40, 50 minutes-ish in some cases, and that's probably overkill.
Yeah, we can limit the time.
So I'm sure the chair can get that sorted out. Thank you very much.
Greg?
Oh, I was just going to mention that when we did set these up, we did encourage the three plan sponsors to be brief and concise in their comments. I think the winner on that was the port. I thought they had a very brief, concise report. Airport was pretty close, but they really liked talking about their airport renovation plan, which I found interesting, had nothing to do with our business, but we did appreciate all the pretty pictures. But I will work with the city to make sure that they have an executive slide deck rather than their 40-minute slide deck.
Okay, great. Well, thank you, everyone, for your comments. So now we can have a vote?
Just to confirm, what would the verbiage be correct to say motion to approve to remove the plan sponsor trainings from the board, or
It's as is,
stands as is?
yes.
Just approve consent agenda item E.
You go- we're waiting for the vote, yeah.
If I could have a first and a second, please.
Okay, we have a moved by Berlotta and second by Lotz. Can we vote? Okay.
With all votes in, this motion passes 11-0, Madam President.
Thank you, Rosie. And
Yeah, Madam Chair, the education calendar is for calendar year 2024. When will there be a calendar for, a schedule for calendar 2025 available?
Yes. Officially, you will see it in, at our January meeting, but we'll be building it actually the end of November into December. The challenge that we've seen historically is that a lot of the organizations actually don't produce their schedules until late in the year. So we'll be sending that out to the board members with suggested educational attendance.
That'll come separate from the board package?
Yes, hopefully I get that out in mid-December. That is usually my annual target.
yeah, Greg, you normally email us out the potential list, right?
Yes.
Okay. Awesome. So that finishes our consent agenda items. Next, we'll move to Section 5, Business Operations. We have one action item on the Business Operations agenda this morning, funding options and decisions for former members affected by Prop B Phase 3. Greg, would you please introduce this item?
Certainly. Before the board is a recommendation on how to bill the city for the city employer contributions for reopening their pension plan for former members affected by Proposition B. We refer to these former members as deferred members or also as Phase 3 members. With us today is one of our consulting actuaries, Alice Alsberg with Chiron. Our other consulting actuary, Gene Kalwarski, also with Chiron, really hoped to be here today, but he had a prior commitment that he could not reschedule. Fortunately, Alice is Chiron's Proposition B project manager and a subject matter expert when it comes to reopening the city plan and the actuarial impact of funding the plan. So Alice will be providing us with a very brief presentation to support the board in considering how to bill the city. So Alice, when you're ready.
Thank you, Greg. Thank you all for having me here today. So as Greg mentioned, today we're talking about a small group of members who were impacted by Proposition B. These members are referred to as the Phase 3 group. And this Phase 3 group is for members who were terminated at the time that Proposition B reinstated the majority of the other members who came back into the system. So we've come before the board several times now to discuss Proposition B, the implications of reinstating the membership groups into Proposition B. Chiron has been performing individual calculations for each and every member who was impacted by Prop B in order to reinstate them into the system and identify the liability associated with their missed service during the closed period. So the Phase 1 members, which have already been accounted for, those were members who joined the system after the system reopened. So we had new actives who came in on or after July 10th, 2021, and a board decision has already been made. Phase 2, those were members who were active when the plan reopened, but they were hired during that almost 10-year closed period. And again, the board has already made a decision on that group in January 2023. And today we bring to you Phase 3. So these are the deferred members, meaning they're terminated members, but who also had the option of re-entering SDCERS based on their city employment during the closed period. So in order to present the options for truing up SDCERS with these deferred members, Phase 3, we want to take a look at what has happened to date with the Phase 1 and Phase 2 members so that we can align the options for the decisions with the actions that have already been taken. So for the Phase 1 members, so this is a very small group of actives. It was for this group of calculations, there were approximately 700 active members. 700 active members when the plan reopened, and they entered the system on or after July 10th, 2021. So when an active member comes into the system, they're making contributions to the system from their paycheck every pay period. But they were not in the system, they were not part of the actuarial valuation calculations, and so the city missed the normal cost payment. So the cost associated with that fiscal year in which they were working. So in this case, these members, the city missed payment for fiscal year 2022. So Chiron performed the calculations on each and every one of these members, and we brought to the board the calculation of the normal cost, that missed amount by the city, and the board approved that that missed portion be paid with the following fiscal year ADC. So with the 2024 ADC to be paid on July 1st, 2023. And the city took that amount, and the amount was $2.7 million for these approximately 700 members, and actually decided to prepay rather than waiting till July 1st, 2023. The city made a prepayment in February of 2023 for this group. Then we had the phase 2 members. So over that entire time frame from 2012 to 2021, when the plan was closed and then the plan reopened, the members who were still active, that entire group was north of 3,000 members. So those 3,000 members were reinstated to SDCERS. And when they were reinstated, they had 2 years of missed normal costs because of the timing of the reinstatement and the timing of the calculations of an actuarial valuation. So there was missed normal cost for fiscal year 2023. So that's the cost associated with their service earned in 2023. And there would have been missed normal cost payments by the city for fiscal year 2024. And in addition, when these members were reinstated, again, calculations performed by Chiron on an individual basis for each and every one of these members. We looked at their actuarial liability, so the cost associated with the benefits that they had earned to date, against the assets that were transferred into the system from their SPSBH account balances. And the difference there was that unfunded shortfall that came into play with this reinstatement. So the board approved that the city pay the 2 missed normal costs, that fiscal year 23 and fiscal year 24 normal cost, with the following ADC payment, which would have been on July 1st, 2023. And then to amortize the shortfall, and the shortfall was $119 million, to amortize that shortfall over 20 years, beginning with that 2024 ADC. And so the city chose to prepay the 2023 normal costs because we were in that fiscal year, so they aligned that prepayment with the current fiscal year. So they prepaid the one portion of the normal cost in February of 2023, and then they paid the second piece of normal cost in with the fiscal year 24 payment. So on 7/1/23, they paid the $36.8 million, and then the first UAL payment coincided with that ADC payment of $10.8 million. So when we get to the group in question today, we're talking about a much smaller section of employees impacted by Proposition B. So there were approximately 2,000 members when the plan reopened who were no longer active. Individual calculations performed for those 2,000 members. SDCERS reached out to the ones who were eligible to opt into SDCERS. Of this group who were no longer active members, 204 inactives decided to opt into SDCERS. So we calculated the liability for each of these 204 members and then compared it to the assets that were transferred into the system from the SPSBH accounts, and identified that shortfall, so the unfunded. And then of these 204 members, we also looked at have any of them have since been rehired, and there would be a missed normal cost. And so there's 29 of them who have a missed normal cost, and that's looking at their membership. We received a cut of data from SDCERS as of October 2024 to see who was active and who had a normal cost payment by the city that should be made for their benefits.
Ashley, can I ask? I'm sorry. Can I ask a quick question? What happens to the folks, the difference between the 2,000 former employees and the 204 that opted in?
I'm going to turn that over to Greg.
So they were given a one-time opportunity to come back into the plan. However, if they ever come back into SDCERS, or excuse me, into city service, they have the opportunity to join the plan. So while we believe Phase 3 kind of completes this project, we still may see some of these folks come in over time as if they come back to employment with the city. How'd I do, Sandra? Very good.
Very complicated.
Very complicated.
So we have two portions of funding decisions that need to be made. So one piece is the unfunded actuarial liability. And when these members entered SDCERS and the assets were transferred associated with their service with the city, there's a shortfall of approximately 1.7 million. So this 1.7 million equates to, for the active group, it's similar to the 119 million shortfall that occurred for the larger active population. Interest adjusted, that takes us to 1.8 million on July 1st, 2025. And then, in addition, those 29 members who have since been rehired by the city and who are active, there's a missed normal cost payment from the city for their time as employees. And mind you, those members are making their payments for the contributions with their monthly paychecks. So this amounts to a much smaller portion. It's about $100,000 for fiscal year 2024 and $300,000 for fiscal year 2025. So a total of 0.4 million in missed normal cost. And with that, we outlined the funding options for these two portions of payment. So for the unfunded actuarial liability, for those who opted in, the city could make the payment immediately. The city could add that 1.8 million to the city's next fiscal year ADC, or the city could amortize it over a 20-year period, and that 20-year period aligns with what was done with the shortfall for the active membership group. And then there's the decision for the missed normal cost. Again, the city could pay that missed normal cost immediately or add it to the fiscal year 26 ADC, so that payment payable on July 1, 2025. And that concludes the information that I have for you today with regards to the Proposition B decisions.
Thank you. So Greg, are we supposed to vote on this?
So Alice, what would, in your actuarial professional opinion, what would be a good course of action for the board to take?
Thank you. So we would recommend to make decisions that align with what's been done with the rest of the group, since this is all part of the same reinstatement of the membership group. The calculations are done in phases, given the nature of the work and the immediacy of reinstating actives versus terminated members. So we would propose, in order to align with what's been done in the past, that would be amortizing the unfunded over 20 years and then adding that normal cost payment to the next actually determined contribution.
So does the city have any, because you made it sound like they have a choice.
So similar to the prior calculations, the city chose to pay the normal costs. So after the board meeting, the city came to SDCERS, who then came to us and said the city would like to make the payment actually in February. So we adjusted the value for interest on that date and provided them a letter with the amount. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And if I can jump in, as we were going through this Prop B project, the city has known all along today was coming.
Right.
And so when we had, when working with the actuary, we did brief the city on, this is the different options that we'll be presenting to the board for their consideration. These are the different costs and these are the timing. Not to really get their feedback, is more just to share information.
Okay.
And so they were very appreciative of that, and they said, like in phase 1 and phase 2, they were going to consider how they were going to deal with their cash flows.
Okay.
And so at minimum, we have the recommendation before us to amortize the unfunded liability over a 20-year period and to have them pay the missed city normal costs as of July 1st of 2025 plus interest. And so if they want to prepay that, they can avoid some interest.
Right.
Or they can at minimally follow this payment schedule.
So it isn't necessarily binding on the city.
It is, so.
But if we say, for example, the $400,000 on July 1, but they say all right, we'll give you, December 1, you'll have a wire transfer.
Yes,
They have that choice.
yes. And that's important because when we do the actuarial valuation, they need to make the payment before we crunch the numbers for the valuation, because that way we can reflect that payment in their cash flows and in their liability.
Don't they need to know what the number is before they send the money?
Yes.
Okay.
They know.
Just want to be fair. Here's a bunch of money, I hope it's the right amount, is not good
that's not
financial
a good plan.
management. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Question, Allison? If it gets advertised over the 20-year period, is it another layer, a new layer, or can we dump it in
So you need a motion.
the
It
layer
would
of
be,
last year?
it would be reflected as a new layer.
New layer,
So it comes out to about 160,000. Per,
160,000 layers.
$160,000, excuse me, to add to those multiple layers, yes.
The 52nd layer,
Yes.
Alice is going for an award of number of layers.
yeah.
So could I make a motion?
Sure.
My motion is to approve the City of San Diego to make missed normal contributions for rehired members affected by Proposition B, Phase 3, to be included with the city's regularly scheduled actuarially determined contributions on July 1, 2025, and to amortize the UAL contribution payment for Proposition B, Phase 3 former members who opted into SDCERS over a 20-year period. Spent all night trying to memorize that.
And then you want to make the motion about the Miss City normal cost?
That
Oh, you
covers
did?
both of them.
Oh, that covers it.
I think if I understood those carefully crafted words, I would second that.
Okay. So we have a motion.
Turns out it was in the back.
Okay. Well, thank you, Chris, for that
I'd say who
motion.
crafted it, but yes.
So we have a motion and a second.
Where am I supposed to be?
Yeah.
And Alice, can I assume this
Mr. Maggi,
puts a
would you like
bow
to
on
cast-
Proposition B, and it's all over?
That would be a false assumption.
Oh.
So to add some, just as we're waiting, this puts kind of a bow on Phase 1, 2, and 3, but as we mentioned, there's going to be additional members potentially joining in the future if they come to be reemployed to the city. But the city is also negotiating with its police represented employee group on the changes that they made to their pensions because of Proposition B. So we are knee-deep in that project right now, and we'll probably be coming back to the board with funding considerations on that piece of it. And then hopefully that will be the bow on this project.
Do you know roughly how many employees are affected in this negotiation?
1,000.
Thank you.
And Madam President, if I may, just for the record, this motion was moved by Paul Loth, seconded by Mr. Shearson, and this with all votes in, this motion passes 11-0.
I know it was a technical issue, but can we have the motion as announced that Chris Brewster made the motion?
Yes, ma'am, that was indeed the motion that was presented on the screen.
It's okay.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
I don't feel
Okay.
passionate about that one.
Okay, that's fine. Are there any other questions from the board or comments? So on behalf of the board, Ms. Alsberg, along with the rest of the Chiron team, thank you for your work in facilitating this entire Phase B process, and we continue to look forward to working with you with this new project. Is that correct?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Alice.
So moving on to an information item, we're going to have a training by Johnny on open meeting law and annual training. So Johnny, can you start the training?
Morning, everyone.
Morning.
Morning. I've got your annual open meeting law training. It should be about 10 minutes, if I can figure out how to do this. I do want to note this is your last meeting of the year, and I want to congratulate this board for its vigilance in complying with these open laws. One of our core values is transparency, and that is reflected in having our open meetings, inviting the public to participate in these meetings. And it wasn't too long ago, before my time, that SDCERS had some allegations of Brown Act violations and ended in a settlement. But since then, your former boards, this board has been very active in following those rules on an individual basis and as a group. So I really appreciate that. So this is an information item. So please stop me, ask any other questions, and we'll go through this. On the Brown Act, this is my overview, what it is, how it works, and updates to it this year. This is worth reading. It's a provision of the Government Code and the Brown Act, and I think the heart and purpose of the Brown Act. All meetings of the legislative body of a local agency, like SDCERS, shall be open and public, and all persons shall be permitted to attend any meeting of the legislative body of a local agency, except as otherwise provided in this chapter. Everyone is invited to attend unless there's a specific statutory exception. Yes, Cliff?
Who was Brown and when was this enacted?
Good question. Brown is a legislator. His name was Ralph. I never met him. It started in 1954.
So it's not Edmund Brown, the former governor.
No.
There were two governors Brown, so it wasn't that Brown. Ralph Brown.
Sorry, Cliff.
No, it's fine. Just nobody knew. So it's been around for 70 years.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. So when does the act apply? The act applies when there is a meeting. So like every good attorney would ask, well, what's a meeting? Well, a meeting occurs when a majority of those assigned to a committee, standing committee, or 7 members of this board communicate on a topic concerning SDCERS. Communicate in person, on the phone, over text, any type of communication. So what that means is anytime SDCERS' standing committee meets, a majority of those or a quorum of those committees, and the board, a quorum of the committee meets, they have to follow the Brown Act. So when does the act not apply? Individual contact, Bobby speaking with Greg, Bobby speaking with Paul. Individual contact that doesn't equate to a quorum of that committee or the board doesn't count. But there can't be serial meetings. It can't be a board member talking to one board member and another that adds up to a quorum. The act doesn't apply at an educational conference. If you all attend an educational conference that speaks generally about pensions, that is not a meeting, but you can't shop talk. You can't get together and say, well, how does this relate to SDCERS? Let's talk about that now. And then because of the structure of an ad hoc committee, the act doesn't apply. Our ad hoc committees are never a quorum. Our ad hoc committees are temporary, and they generally provide recommendations. All right, so we have to follow the Brown Act at one point. What's the Brown Act require? It requires an agenda be posted to the public 72 hours in advance of the meeting for a regular meeting. We do that at the breezeway of the city. We do that online on a website, and we also have information in SDCERS. So, and we actually post the information a week before. Just after we give it to you as board members, so to give the public a little more time to look at our material and our agenda. The agenda has to give a meeting time and place and contain a brief description of it so the public understands what we're talking about, has a fair representation of the issues that will be discussed. As you know, this board can't discuss an item not on the agenda. So sometimes something will come up and we kind of want to talk about it or discuss it in more detail, but there are limitations to what a public board can do under the Act. Staff materials and reports must be available to the public unless they're exempt. And we do provide all that material publicly on our website and otherwise, just as a matter of course, not something that you have to do. initially, but we just do it because it's part of our hope for transparency. Public participation, well, what does that mean? Well, it means we have to have meetings that are open to the public in a place where compliance with the Americans with Disabilities Act. There are few exceptions to open session and public participation, and those we call closed sessions, sometimes called executive sessions, and those are enumerated by statute and some listed in the slide before you. This board has to accept criticism. You can't just take public comment for people who are nice and like you. We have to accept criticism. We do not accept disruptive meetings or any violent speak otherwise. Now, how can the board participate in our public meetings? Traditional in-person, which is what we're doing today. Everyone here in a public location open to the public. There's a traditional teleconference. So before we had videos, people used to appear. I'm sorry, misspoke. Traditional teleconference is where a member wanted to meet in a different location, in a different public location. Let's say someone was tied up in a library in Mira Mesa and couldn't make it to this meeting. The majority of the board would be here, but we could open up that library to the public in Mira Mesa with the board member attending. So kind of like a satellite physical location. COVID happened and the laws changed because of that. What's come out of COVID is an ability for board members on an individual basis based on just cause emergency circumstances. Those are issues like taking care of yourself, taking care of a loved one, working for SDCERS and you can't make it to the meeting, where you're allowed to attend through video conferencing as we did during COVID. So we're talking about Zoom, things like that. But under that option, you attend virtually, so both on camera and with your voice live time. But the requirement also, if you do that, that the public is able to do that as well. Now, SDCERS is not generally set up for public participation through video. So if this occurrence should ever happen, if you could give us advance notice and we could try to make it work, or because unlike, I think, the city, who always allows video conferencing for the public, we haven't been able to do that. Questions?
Is there any thought to make that available?
Yeah, I think we have looked in it. I can pass it to Greg or even Michelle because we have explored the different options. I don't know what the latest update is on that.
One of the challenges we have is that we like to have reliability in our on-base meeting management software, and we add that complexity in, we start to lose reliability. So in a dire emergency, I think we could ramshackle something together, but as we are looking forward to upgrading different board support systems, that is definitely on our list of things to facilitate.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Greg, and thank you for the question. 2 quick updates to the Brown Act for that remote, that just cause special circumstances appearance. The law used to be 20% of your meetings, and that was kind of unclear. So a board like SDCERS that meets less than once per month, that really means 2 meetings a year, to simplify. And to maybe make it a little more complicated, but try to be more clear, 1 meeting includes all meetings on 1 day. So if you were assigned to the Disability Committee and the B&G Committee, that counts as 1 meeting. So you could have yet another meeting a different day. And the state legislator made more clear that we can meet, or a body can meet, to discuss cybersecurity as well as the other security risk and infrastructure issues that currently exist. That's the end of my presentation. Any questions? Otherwise, I do really appreciate your time and congratulations on another successful year of complying with the Brown Act.
Thank you, Johnny. Any
Thank you.
questions? Nope. Well, thank you, Johnny. So this finishes our business and operations agenda item, and we'll move on to section 6, our disability committee. So our acting chair, Paul Kaufman of the Disability Committee, will give us a report, and thank you for acting in that capacity.
Okay, the Disability Committee met yesterday, and as the Disability Committee Tom Chair is unable to attend today, that's Tom Battaglia, I was volunteered to provide the Disability Committee report. We have 8 action items on the consent agenda item today, and I'm going to summarize the first 6 and then the last 2, so we don't spend an inordinate amount of time going through this. And then we'll act as one motion at the end to potentially approve all of those. Is that okay with everybody? Okay, excellent. So I'm going to read, in general, we have 6 recommendations for the industrial disability retirement application. In general, all 6 relate to the following announcement. The committee approved the following 6 individuals for industrial disability retirement. As this application was supported by evidence of being permanently disabled, being attributable to their work duties, and causing the need for for them leaving city employment. And again, if there are any questions, we can address them at the end of the 6 that I'm going to talk about. So the 6 that we're referring to are Matthew Dowler, Lawrence Faddis, Mary Hart, Jorge Parilla, Yusuf Smith, and Nicola Williams. So those are the 6 that we're proposing as disability payments. We're going to move on to consent agenda items number 7 and 8 related to the hearing officer's recommendations to approve the industrial disability retirement action for both Bernice Herrera and Rebecca Slade. And again, the common announcement here is that the committee approved these applications for industrial disability retirement based upon the hearing officer's findings and conclusions. And again, if there are any comments on this from the board, now would be the time to speak up. So are there any comments from the board on the hearing officer or the disability activities?
Doesn't look like it.
Okay, excellent. So I'm going to announce that we move approval of consent agenda items 1 through 8. Sorry, my screen went blank here. Okay. So please, this has been moved by Paul Lotz. If you could please record your vote.
And with all votes in, this motion passes 11-0, Mr. Acting Chair.
Thank you very much, Rosie. We managed to get through that. Information item, very briefly, we discussed, there was a robust conversation regarding the rules for the Disability Committee. There were no suggested changes from the committee to the board's policies or rules at this time. Are there any questions from the board regarding the rules that we reviewed? So let's move on to the staff disability report status. And again, this is available in the board agenda package. The disability report provides an overview of the disability application review statistics, highlighting the caseload, and this is in good shape for all but one case that remains within the 18-month processing window. And again, that was provided by Jamar Montgomery. So, Jamar, thank you very much for your Jamar did indicate that there's a little bit of an anomaly here with the number of people going through disability review, so we can probably expect a similar number of people up for review for the next couple of sessions until we. It's not really a backlog, Jamar, but it's just an anomaly in the flow of discussion items. Last but not least is the closed session. The Disability Committee met in closed session to discuss the Lorraine Gain disability matter. Again, Lorraine was recently up here in public comment. Today's board meeting agenda includes a similar closed session item to discuss this matter toward the end of our meeting, so we'll address that at that time. So are there any questions and comments from the board or staff member regarding the Disability Committee at this point? Okay.
No comments.
If none, I'd like to thank you, Lisa Marine. It's back to you.
All right. Well, thank you, Paul, for the committee report. And again, thank you for serving
Sure.
as the acting committee chair for today's committee report. We are now going to move to Section 7, Business and Governance Committee. So, Business and Governance Committee Chair Bobby Spoon, please report out.
So the B&G committee, turn my speaker on. The B&G committee met yesterday and considered 5 action items. And before I review the action items and make a motion to move it to the consent agenda, are there any action items the board would like pulled for a separate vote? All right, hearing none. Starting with the consent agenda, item number 1, staff's recommendation to approve payment of the annual supplement benefit. Ted explained approving the payment of the annual supplement benefit and related Corbett benefits are a matter of duty per the plan rules and the court settlement, provided SDCERS has sufficient realized earnings to do so. Ted assured the committee SDCERS has sufficient realized earnings this fiscal year to pay the benefits. The committee unanimously approved paying the annual supplement benefit and the related Corbett benefits. Are there any questions or comments about this item?
No.
Then I am moving that to the consent agenda. Staff's recommendation to approve the 2025. Moving on to number 2. Staff's recommendation to approve the 2025 drop account interest crediting rate and drop annuity factor and to revise the board rules 6.10 and 6.40. Again, Ted provided a presentation. SDCERS policy requires the board to approve the drop account interest crediting rate and drop annuity factor for the coming year based upon the board's policy calculation. In calendar year 2025, the drop account interest rate will increase from 4.2% to 4.3%, and the drop annuity factor will increase from 4.6% to 5% for the city and airport and 5.1% for the port. The committee unanimously approved, recommending the board approve the 2025 drop interest rate and the annuity factor. Are there any questions or comments regarding this item? Moving to the consent agenda, item number 3, staff's recommendation to issue a request for proposal for actuarial audit services. Greg presented. SDCERS board policy requires an audit of the actuarial valuation results at least every 5 years. This is a best practice, and we are overdue. The committee approved staff's recommendation to issue an RFP to select an independent actuarial firm to audit Chiron's June 30, 2024 actuarial valuation. Staff will conduct the RFP and recommend one firm to the B&G committee for selection at their March 13th, 2025 meeting. We do not anticipate holding vendor interviews at either committee or board meeting. Are there any questions or comments? Can you imagine being an auditor and trying to audit Prop B? I hope
We can ask Sarah Dixon that question.
Right. We'll see if we get any responses. Staff's recommendation to purchase insurance. Johnny, the committee voted to adopt staff's recommendation to purchase fiduciary insurance not to exceed $300,000. We had a presentation from the vendor that provides the insurance. So we're moving that to the consent agenda also. We also have staff's recommendation to amend the Ethics and Compliance Program Charter, the closed session disability hearings policy, closed session policy, conflict of interest code, placement agent payment disclosure policy, settlement of claims or lawsuits policy, Board Rules 2.70, which is the forfeiture of retirement funds, and Division 3 of the Board Rules related to reciprocity. Those were all presented by Johnny. The committee approved the proposed amendments to the charters, policies, and rules with minor grammatical edits. Are there any questions from the board on this item before I move approval of the consent agenda items 1 through 5? No questions? Then I move approval of the consent agenda items 1 through 5. Record your votes. The B&G committee heard reports from the member services. Oh, I'm sorry.
Didn't want to rudely interrupt.
Yeah, go ahead. It's all right. Just feel free.
With all votes in, Madam Chair, this motion passes 11-0.
Thank you. That's confidence. Yeah, we heard reports from the Member Services Division, from Benefits Administration Division, from IT, and from Johnny. And they were all included in our packets. In addition, the Finance Division report and the financial statements were included. And members owing in excess of $10,000. Are there any questions or comments regarding the B&G? No? Thank you. Back to you.
All right. Well, thank you, Bobby, for the committee report. We are going to move on to Section 8 of the Investment Committee. And I'd like to introduce Cliff Sherrison, the Investment Committee Chair. Would you please give your report?
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. The Investment Committee met yesterday afternoon in this room. There are 2 action items on the consent agenda. Before I review these action items and make a motion for the consent agenda approval, are there any action items the board members would like pulled for discussion in a separate vote? Okay, good. Starting with consent agenda item number 1, the private equity annual investment and portfolio implementation plans. SDCERS 2 private markets advisors, GCM Grosvenor and Stepstone, were here in person and presented their private equity annual investment plans, which review the investment activity over the prior year and also provide a roadmap for how each advisor plans to invest over the coming year. This year, staff recommends approving a pacing target of $120 million for GCM Grosvenor and $80 million for Stepstone to invest in the coming year. Historically, this split has been 50-50 between the 2 advisors. The decision to recommend a 60-40 split this year reflects the intent to de-emphasize venture capital and growth equity investments to which the Stepstone portfolio has more exposure. This will help bring SDCERS' total private equity portfolio closer to the intended risk posture. This item was approved by a vote of 5-0. The second action item is the infrastructure annual investment and portfolio implementation plans. GCM Grosvenor and Stepstone also presented their infrastructure annual investment plans, which similarly review investment activity for the prior year and outline the pacing plan for the coming year. Staff recommends a pacing target of $55 million for the following year, $25 million for GCM Grosvenor and $30 million for Stepstone. As a reminder, at the last meeting of the board, we approved allocations to 2 core infrastructure funds managed by Brookfield and KKR to bring balance of the risk in the overall infrastructure portfolio. The action item from yesterday was approved by a vote of 5-0. Are there any questions from the board on these items before we vote? Hearing none, I move approval of consent agenda items 1 and 2. I can't do it if somebody else made the motion. Rosie, we can call for a vote, please.
Yes, absolutely. And just for the record, Mr. Chair, if I may, but Brett Bartolotta moved this item.
Hold your finger.
Michelle Bush is out of the room. Oh, she's back. And so is Louis. We have people absent.
Shall we wait for the vote from Michelle, or would you like me
Bella's
to?
here, but Louis has disappeared.
We're not going to wait. It's a quorum, so we'll continue.
So with all votes in, with the exception of Mr. Gwynn, who has stepped
Excuse me?
out for a moment.
I'm sorry, never mind. Apologies.
Mr. Chair, this motion passes 10-0
Thank you
with
very
one
much.
absent.
An important information item I want to share with the entire board. Staff presented a summary of the consultants and advisors who help oversee the portfolio and the asset classes which they cover. Staff intends to conduct an RFP, request for proposal, for a private markets consultant to cover asset classes including private equity, private infrastructure, and private debt, and will present finalist recommendations at an upcoming meeting. The investment committee has created a working group to review the scope of work covered in the RFP. So
We currently have 2 members.
watch this space for further updates. We currently have 2 members.
Still can have one more.
Lisa Marie Harris, our esteemed chair.
And there's still an opening if anyone is interested. Oh, Michelle is
Okay,
interested.
so we can have a maximum of 3 members, so this is great. There were a number of reports having to do with performance, having to do with compliance, business calendars, a whole host of items that you can see in the agenda. There's nothing to report out for this section. I believe that concludes my report, Madam Chair.
Okay, well, thank you, Cliff. We're going to move on to Section 9, question and comments. Or would you like to take a break? So we'll just keep moving then. Okay, Greg, do we have any questions or comments or education session reports from the board? Any comments from any board members? No. Okay, so Greg, you have any comments as the
Oh, I
CEO?
always have comments. All right. So first of all, I would like to welcome Christiana Gauger to the board. No pressure, but you have big shoes to fill. We've had some great mayoral appointments over the years, but based on your engagement at the committee meetings, I think you're going to fit right in. So look forward to working with you for your lifetime appointment. Very, very, very nice. Also, I'd like to highlight Lisa Marie Harris for being recognized by the Women in Public Finance, a national organization that advances women's leadership opportunities by fostering relationships and building educational activities and forums. This organization recently held their 28th annual conference, Making Waves in San Diego, with over 475 attendees celebrating Lisa Marie Harris for her work in our community, which includes her being a founding member of the Women in Public Finance San Diego chapter. Lisa Marie was presented with the State of California Certificate of Recognition from California Secretary of State Shirley Weber. Congratulations, Lisa Marie.
Thank you.
I would also like to highlight SDCERS annual membership meeting was held on Friday, October 25th with, again, President Lisa Marie Harris providing welcoming remarks. We quickly filled the hour with presentations from Sandra Clausen, Karina Coleman, Anders Norman, Natasha Klura, and myself. A special note of appreciation to Natasha for being our MC and to Jessica Taylor, our communications manager, for coordinating the event. Also attending was our very own Chris Brewster. And a good representation from the retiree organization's leadership teams. I'd also like to share that the city's decision to change retiree healthcare administrators' support from SDCERS to Benefit Outsourcing Solutions, also known as BOS or BOSS. Their new City Retiree Health Service Center is open for phone calls and online portal registration to support open enrollment for retiree healthcare, which started November 1st. The new administrator is off to a good start. We're doing all we can to help support our retirees through this transition. And we're looking forward to the new administrator to begin processing reimbursements in January of 2025. So thank you, Sandra and the team, for all the heavy lifting you've been doing on this project. We have upcoming SDCERS board elections for our general members, which is Tom Battaglia and Brett Bartolotta, and our fire safety board seat, Paul Lotz. I would encourage all of you to get nominations, and please continue your service on the board. We have heard from Tom Battaglia that he will be not continuing on the board. He announced yesterday that he would like to focus on his family and his career. And so we thank Tom. He has been one of our longest-serving board members and a valuable voice on our committee. So if you know of any fine, upstanding general members, please encourage them to join the board. The nomination period will be November 11th through December 11th, and voting will be in January, so we can have the person in time to certify the election at our March meeting, which will be after March will be the start of the new term. Since our last meeting, 2 news articles made factually incorrect statements regarding SDCERS. The first was a letter to the editor published in the Union Tribune titled, "City Sales Tax Hike Would Pay for Spiked Pensions. No Thanks." A rebuttal was submitted titled, "City Retirees, an Important Part of Our Community," to set the record straight. The second was an opinion piece from the Reason Foundation that was picked up by various local media, which reported San Diego City was not paying their fully required employer contributions. A request for correction was sent to the 3 identified news agencies with verifiable evidence leveraging our 4 core values of integrity, professionalism, transparency, and fiduciary. I would also like to recognize our information technology team for successfully implementing a multi-year project from our IT strategic plan to upgrade our Documentum production environment, which is our content management program to help us store, manage, and access content in a secure and very compliant way. This is a significant behind-the-scenes achievement, and for the fact that nobody knows about it means it went really, really well. So thank you, Michelle, and a special kudos to Sandeep, who is one of our independent contractors embedded in our IT group. I would also like to recognize and thank SDCERS staff who provided training and made presentations. Karina Coleman for speaking at the Women's in Institutional Investment Management meeting at UCLA and speaking on a CIO panel at the Nossaman Fiduciary Forum in Berkeley. Thank you, Karina. Susan St. John for presenting privacy program training to SDCERS staff, and Melanie Peter for presenting staff training on our compliance program. Thank you both. As we celebrated Veterans Day this week, I would like to recognize the current and former military service personnel who are serving on SDCERS staff. Maria Gonzalez, Nayeli Sanchez, and Joe Sacido. We thank you for your service. And in closing, I would like to recognize the SDCERS Halloween contest winners. Best decorations, Member Services Call Center for their Dia de los Muertos. Best group costume, Member Service and Internal Audit for being, and forgive me here, lacalacas. Those are skeletons. Incredible traditional calavera face painting. So it was very, very good. And the best individual costume, this just cracks me up, Colin Brazil as the infamous Australian Olympic breakdancer Ray Gunn.
Very nice.
All right, thank you. This concludes my comments.
May I make a request that next year, when you talk about Halloween competitions, that we have visual evidence of some of this excellent
Oh,
work?
that is an outstanding idea. Thank you.
I don't know if it creates issues with the Brown Act or not, but I think it would be fun.
Okay, well, thank you, Greg, for your report. So now we're going to move to Section 10, which is closed session, but we will take a break. So we will reconvene at 10:17. I'll give you a 10-minute break.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank
Oh,
you.
so generous.
10 minutes.
Anyway, it's nice to be with people like you.
Well, that's why we live in California.
Amen.
I'm serious.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
You can't live anywhere. At least I know I'm not gonna just
Our
live
younger
anywhere.
daughter and son-in-law couldn't move to South Dakota.
I bet you
Because she
they
was
could.
waiting for her son to get out of college because she was a professor and took her credit. You know, it's so bright red. Crazy blue.
Right.
Takes so long.
She's an interesting professor. She pays a higher to represent a woman who was volunteers at Capital Murder Programs.
We messed up when we put, Johnny and I didn't catch this, seeing we're in closed. Then we do this, that's open session, then we have closed session.
Yeah, you can. I've tried everything.
So Rosie, are we being recorded again?
Yes, Madam President.
We're ready?
We may proceed.
Okay, but I'd like to announce that we finished closed session and return back to open session agenda items. And we're going to take section 12 closed session report, well, out of order. Out of order, okay. So Johnny, do we have a closed session report?
Yes, we do. We'd like to report publicly that SDCERS has settled a matter involving Jonathan Helen, the San Diego County Regional Airport Authority. A vote took place in September 2024 meeting with a vote of 8 in favor, 0 against, 8 in favor being board members Bartolotta, Brewster, Bush, Harris, Lotz, Maggi, Wien, and Shearson. Thank you.
Thank you, Johnny. So we are going to move on to section 11, public employee compensation, discussion and consideration of compensation for the CEO. I would like to recognize Colin Brazil to present us the salary survey for the CEO.
Thank you. Okay, so it is the responsibility of the board to determine if a salary adjustment is appropriate for the CEO at the September board meeting. This item has been carried over to the November board meeting. In your packet, you have a salary survey that I prepared for you to assist you with this decision. Just so you know as well, the most recent citywide cost of living increases at the city. July 1st, 2024, there was a 4% increase. January 1st, 2025, Greg will also receive the 2% cost of living increase, which will bring him to $431,562. So the max for his range is $475,000. And at this time, I'm asking the board for a motion, if you wish, to provide him with an increase. And I'm here to answer any questions.
Are there any questions for Colin or any comments? Any positions that people feel strongly about?
Yes.
If the board chooses. Is there a position that the board would like to further compensate Greg, other than beyond what the city has already granted? Do we have to vote on that?
No,
Okay.
if no action is required.
Okay. So we will not be giving him an additional, but I would like, and I was talking to Bobby, and I don't know if the board agrees, that we would like to have a special recognition and plaque for all the Prop B work. So is that something you can do for us and we can present it to him in January?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any problems with that?
That's a good idea.
Okay.
Thank you.
Basically.
Not at all.
I like that,
I like
Lisa
getting
Marie.
plaques.
Nice.
Okay.
She come up with that all by herself.
Johnny, Louis. Okay, thank you. We're going to go to section of 13, which is an adjournment. We have come to the end of our agenda, and I'll see you all back on January 10th. Thank you so much. So we are adjourned, and thank you for staying for such a long time.
Thank you.
Thank you.